Testing.
Hello, hello.
All right, we just saw the end of round four. Roland Boykai going against Kit Lee, and soon on your screens, round five would start soon.
All right, guys. We really want to sincerely apologize for the break in transmission that we have, and we do hope it gets better as we bring you the last round for the round five of the Scrabblemania 3.0.
All right, round five is live. We have Olari Bigbe Akim going against Malek Sharif. Sharif is currently the eighth highest rated player in Liberia, and Olaigbigbe Akim is a very strong player from Nigeria. So I expect to see a lot of amazing gameplays from both players in this game. What do you think, Okwe Uluwa?
Well, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to this one. I see Roland and I see Akim, so this promises to be exciting. Immediately, we see TUX come down by Roland.
All right, not much to think about on that turn. Maybe Zax or Zex, but playing TUX and retaining the Z seems pretty understandable on this turn. And it's back to Akim now with Morreiy. I'm unsure what those last two tiles are, but I believe they are I.
Yeah, a little difficulty in saying their tells. I believe that should be adjusted soon. Okay, I think it's Ormeirt, I believe. Okay, I believe the names are not yet updated. It should be Malik, not Roland, and then Akim Olaribigbe. So immediately we see how are you from Akim come down. They're playing pretty fast, and I see Res come down for 32 points. Still a little difficulty in seeing Hakim's rack, but I believe I see YOAMETR. I believe.
Okay, yeah, that's true. These both players are playing pretty fast. We saw Akim opt for RYU, keeping things very close on that turn. He had the option of YOM to the left of talks, but we see him keeping things tight, and Malik playing REZ2, following suit, keeping the board pretty close. And now Hakim has made the move of Mazy, MAZY.
Okay. Wasting no time, I see Malik hooking the P to the res, playing rap. Rap scores 28 points, I believe, leaving TON, and is back to Akim. We see OAKTREE. What do you think are his options here? So,
Yeah, we can see him arrange oak tree, but I don't know if that's a valid word.
I'm not so sure it is a valid word, but I think it could play OKE just underneath rap for 26 points with a solid lead of AERT. Also, if he's trying to score more at the same spot, he could play AKEE, the E hooking the W and the second E hooking the R of rap. That scores 35 points, leaving ORT. What do you think about those options, Mateo?
Yeah, this
Okay, I
seem
think
pretty
okay.
reasonable. He has gone for okay, yeah, and it's back to Malik now with ELETION. We see him arranging the tiles, perhaps hoping for a C to play election, but um, I'm not quite sure the options
Well,
he has on this turn. Maybe
energetic, but I do not see any chance of playing a bingo on this turn. He might want to fish, maybe possibly balance. He could play OE right underneath OKE, leaving EILNT. So I
yeah, that
think he's
seems
going
pretty
for.
standard here.
I think he went for LIE instead.
Yeah, that shuts down the board a
Yeah,
bit.
LIE was
AE
played.
takes no back hook, so that side of the board is definitely closed up for now.
Yeah, definitely. Now it's back to Akim. I think I see. Okay, be blocked. Okay, I think I see HATRERL. Immediately we see HAT come down.
All right, we're seeing both players play really, really, really fast.
Yeah, definitely. They still have about 60 minutes on both their times, and I think it's back to Malik right now with a rack of Neuston. Now, what do you think you should play here, Excel?
We saw him considering a move like Newston, but um, I'm not sure there's a space for that bingo on the board currently. So we see him go for UN instead, looking XU, trying to leave the best house possible. And it sort of opens a spot for a straight seven, perhaps starting with UNS or something. And again, Akeem wasting no time, already playing his next move of OB.
Okay, Kim is in fact a very fast player. OB has been committed for 31 points. Now, I'm curious to see what Sheriff picks and if he's going to be able to bingo on this turn. Okay, so we might be seeing a bingo. I believe they picked he has Astoned, which did see him arrange. So he could play as toned as he arranged, just the S hooking the UN, or he could play on steed. Yes, the same spots S hooking the UN and the O of Onstead hooking the Y of Maisie. So I believe he's going for a stoned instead.
Yeah, Onstead would definitely score the most points for 74, and that Stone only scores 69, which is 5 points less. But still, Aston is a really good play there, and it's back to Hakim now with Felaers. I have a feeling this move either is on hold or Sheriff is just taking time to stretch and yawn a bit. I'm unsure why he has not replenished his styles yet. Okay, I think Sharif hasn't committed this move yet, and wow, we are seeing
Okay, I
a
think we're
challenge.
seeing a
Okay,
challenge. Interesting. So that would be oh, interesting. So it's UNS that is being challenged.
oh, wow.
Wow.
I was about to say maybe Akim was confused about like Astonid and thinking Aston was incorrect, but
Yeah, I
yeah,
actually thought of that.
UNS was the issue there. Anyways, it's it happens. Certain words could evade you sometimes. So I came now with Ferales.
I believe he has a bingo through the E of Astoned. This is
Yeah, that's
EU
true.
fair.
Yeah, that's one word that evades me a lot of times, and having to think through the E float there is not something you'd naturally think of because you'd want to think through the floaters like the N and D. But as we can see, Hakim sharp as ever and proving why is one of the top players in Africa and in Nigeria, spotting ill fares and plunking it down.
This is very interesting and impressive to see. Efes has been committed by Akim for 63 points. Current score, not sure the scores are updated yet.
But yeah, from our
Okay,
POV, it should be Hakim's 177 to Sheriff's 203.
okay. I think Ilfez was challenged, and that's a 5 point score more for Akim.
Oh, well, it's back to Sheriff with Dunamwi, and we see him playing Dunam, scoring pretty well in the top right corner of the board.
Well, would you make this move,
That's
Excel? Although he does score pretty well, I think 40 solid points, leaving IW, but opens the triple lane.
Yeah, I mean the board is wide open already. The A in a stoned down to the triple letter score is something pretty risky already with an uh, X. Okay, maybe the X is played already, but with a high scoring tile there, you could score really well. So I think taking his 40 points, leaving the board open, if Hakim plays towards that side, then hopefully he can come back and play to the A of Aston. So I guess scoring as much as he can here is the best he can do.
Definitely, definitely. All right, it's back to I came with GECSIEP.
Yeah, one of his options here would be to play CEPE. Um, Let me see if I can show to the right hand side of the board there. CEPE scores 37 points. And if you want, you could, add the S, scoring 6 extra points, leaving IG. But I think on S is, pretty important. And CEP here would be one of his top choices.
Okay, so I think
Yeah,
you can start going for CEP instead. All right.
Yeah, that's understandable. But the difference in score between CEP and CEP is 9. Just adding that E is an extra 9 points. So I think it's worth considering playing out the four-letter one instead of the three. But still, I guess it's trying to keep the best leave as he can. And back to Sheriff, really really fast players
Immediately
playing down offer.
45 points. Wow, Sheriff is really catching on. Played 45 the previous round, and he played 50, I believe, previous round, and 45 now. Immediately, Akim is playing OGEE, leaving high he has. What do you think about this move, Excel?
Yeah, truly there wasn't a lot to do in that turn. After the leave of GIES, I'm sure he was hoping for a lot better tiles, but he went into the bag and picked OEE alongside that. And on this board, OGEE scoring 24 points is the best he can do, leaving IES.
Definitely, and wasting no time, we see Akim playing.
I believe he played QUOIT, leaving DOW. When you have the Q and then there's a floating U on the board, I mean, definitely you just have to play through that queue, and considering the fact that there are no other U's left to be picked in the bag, it's not worth considering leaving the queue on that turn. So QUOIT seemed pretty solid there. And back to Hakim, who has already made his move, playing a hint, the spot I was talking about earlier rather, scoring 39 points. All right,
Okay, so I
Malik
think
with
we said,
WITVAOT has gone for wind.
are we seeing a bingo?
Yeah, I was saying the first blank of this game, more than 70 tiles played, and finally the first blank has come down and a bingo from Hakim playing Dealings.
Wow. I think it's very interesting how this game has turned around.
Yeah, from the very start, we saw Malik, leading and extending his lead further, even after the reply of Akim playing ill fears. 240 point scores followed from Malik, and he has been maintaining his lead. But now, with the last move of Dealings, for the first time, Akim has a slight lead in this game.
Definitely. Dylan scores 83 points and pushing him a bit further. And interestingly, we see the second blank of the game on Sheriff's Rock.
Yeah, with AVIATO blank. A floating N would have given him aviation or a floating I, but unfortunately, there are no bingos for him on this turn. So he has to decide if he's opening up somewhere else on the board or he just wants to go for his highest scores. And I think moves like Voima, it's really unsure what he can do on this turn without obstructing the floaters and also trying to open something else. But maybe ABO atop the T in QUOIT is worth considering.
I think playing AVO, leaving AIT blank, is not such a bad idea. If he's trying not to block his chances, considering he has the blank and if he hopes to bingo, this is a very critical turn for him.
Yes, indeed. Uh, ABO takes, of course, the back hook S, and there are just one S left at the bag, but at least he has the blank, maybe to hook that. Offer, I believe, takes a couple of back hooks, sorry, front hooks, if I'm not mistaken. It takes the C, the D, and the G. So maybe he wants to try as much as possible not to obstruct that lane.
Yeah, that might be something worth considering as well. But other options that I see for him to play on this turn would still definitely block that. Because you mentioned Roima earlier, if he plays through the E of Efes and play Voima, that does obstruct the offer hook. I think other options might be to play maybe over, but nevertheless, this tends to block off the board. So if he's trying to open up and bingo in his next turn, he has to think really well.
Yeah, very well said. Most of his top choices, playing out the V and leaving the best leaves, would obstruct the bingo lanes I have highlighted on the board now. The offer hook is there, and you could still play atop the I and T in quite. But right now, most of his top choices like AVO would be obstructing that straight seven spot. And maybe AIT in this corner is something it might want to do. The only downside is it's leaving the V.
Hmm. Tough choices here to make for Sharif Malik. So I believe the current scores are 3-4-5 for Sharif to Akim's 3-5-6. Now at this point, it's very hard to determine which game this is going to be, considering they are very close, and this game could take a very interesting turn in the end
Yeah,
game. I'm very curious to see how it turns out. It turns out.
yeah, and it's worth noting that there are only four vowels left to be played in this game. And if we take a sneak peek into Akim's rack, we can see three of those vowels are already with Akim. That's to say, the only vowel that Malik can pick after this move is the I, and there are just a bunch of consonants waiting for him in the bag. Right now, there are five tiles on scene from his POV, and in those five tiles, there is only one vowel there. So maybe it's something he has to consider on this turn, trying to keep as many vowels as he can, and also leave a considerably good rack leave, and also trying to score as much as he can.
Definitely, definitely worth considering. So maybe that is why he has been taking his time on this turn.
But I think one major threat that um, Malik has to worry about is the QUOIT hook. That takes the back hook S, and with the J on saying they move like jives down up that triple lane would score really heavily. But we can see he's playing the long game, trying to stay patient and going for his highest move of AIT.
Interesting. Okay, but in playing VAS from the S of dealings shows that his chances of winning this game would increase by 88%. But he opted for AIT instead.
Yeah, I
Interesting.
guess his thought process there is just to go for as much points as he can, and since he has the blank to hook QUOIT later on, then I guess he's feeling pretty positive and confident that he would be the first to hit that juicy spot on the board now.
Hmm. Okay, let's see how this turns out. Nejairis for Akim.
Yeah, we can see Akim, in fact, has the S but doesn't have any inspiring move hooking the QUOIT. I'm sure if he had a V playing jives, there would be something he would play almost instantly. But the J right now can't score
Then
at that spot. So I'm
I
looking
think
to
he could
see what he will
play
try to do.
Injera instead. From the A of AIT to the triple lane, I believe he could play Injera. Yes.
Yeah, that's something worth considering. But once again, he needs to be very careful. We can see, even though he was a very fast player from the start of the game, but now we can see he's taking his time. Injera would empty the bag because right now there are two tiles left on scene, and he knows that the blank is still out there. So playing Injera and emptying the bag, leaving a really easy seven tiles play for Sherry if he has a bingo there would be something he would be worried about. So we can see he's taking his time trying to dot his I's and cross his T's.
Yeah, definitely. I believe most of these fast players we do see on stream during the end game, they tend to take their time, which is a very crucial skill in this game. But we, from our own POV, we know um, there's no seven that he could finish with. So Injera would definitely be his winning move, and I believe that is exactly what he's going for.
Yeah, well said. Although Malik has bingos like vocable or vocably, unfortunately, they would not fit beneath the Injera move.
Yeah,
So,
unfortunately for Malik, he won't be able to bingo out and subsequently winning this game. So I believe Akim has done his diligence while tracking and probably knows what his opponent is left with and went for that move.
yeah, true, but still, the score difference isn't that much out of reach. Hakim is on 398 to Malik's 365, just a 33-point difference. And from Hakim's peak, he has VIIS, which would make it really difficult to finish next turn. So maybe there is a setup play or two more finishing that Sheriff can make that would win him this game. It's still unsure, but who knows?
Okay, I believe if he plays up bolt, that is, if he's willing to use his blank right now and play up volt just underneath the EW, going through the triple word score, that would increase his chances of winning this game, considering that scores about 36, 38, I believe, leaving just C. Yes. What do you
True.
think about that?
And if that is played, the only winning move for Akim after that is to play VIS Okin Coits, which I think definitely is something Akim would do, except is doubting that Coit takes the back hook S. So after upvote is played, if Malik spots it, of course, VIS would be the only winning move for Akim. Meanwhile, Sheriff would finish with Kofa. But for this sequence to work, Malik has to find upvote first, which would score 38 points. So let's see if he could, spot that. Another move would be alcove on that spot. I'm sure it's something he's looking at. And
Yeah,
wow, alcove is what he has spotted there.
interesting. So alcove it is.
So yeah, it's still pretty much the same sequence. After this move of alcove, VIS here is still the top choice for Hakim to win this game, because the highest scoring spot for Malik's B is just here, scoring 9 points. So VIS is a must find for Hakim after this move.
Hmm. Very tight end game,
I think,
yeah.
yeah, it
Curious to
all
see
boils down
who is.
to this last few moves. If Akim is sure of the Quoits hook, then VIS is definitely the best he can do here.
All in all, I think this has been a very interesting game. Both players started really fast. We saw I learned some new words today. I believe that's ilfers, and that came down pretty quick from Akim and We had a bunch of challenges as well. Ilfez was challenged, Astoned was challenged, and yeah, it's been a very beautiful game, a very tight game from both players. They've been going neck to neck to neck, and it all comes down to this last move that will determine who wins the round five of the Scrabblemania live here in Monrovia, Liberia.
It's worth noting that 4 rounds have been played so far, and there are only two players who have gone unbeaten. We have Wikitli currently at the top of the standings, and next up is Canton Fred. Right on their heels, Tachi Charles from Ghana, the last edition winner, is in third place. But this is round four, and we're having 30 rounds over the course of the weekend. There's still a lot more Scrabble to be played, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of upsets before even today ends.
Definitely, definitely. It's been very exciting. We apologize once again for the bit of the break in transmission that we've had, but we promise it's going to go very smooth and bring you all the suspense, the beautiful game of Scrabble right here in Liberia. And interestingly, Akim has found his winning move of VIS. Wow. Now we just be
Yeah,
left with, I
BAE,
don't think
yeah.
there's really much you
Oh,
can
we are
do.
having a
Okay,
challenge.
interesting.
Yes, I'm sure Sheriff has seen that with that move, it's definitely going to be a win for Hakim. And the only way he can win this game is if QUITS or VIS is invalid. Right now, he can only finish out with BAE yeah or BOHO yeah, which scores 9 points. Those are his highest two options right now to finish this game.
Wow. This has been a suspense filled game. I'm sure Sheriff must be feeling so bad, knowing but irrespective of the move he makes now is not going to be enough to win. But fortunately for Akim, yeah, he has in fact sealed the win for this round. And yeah, it's been very, very exciting to watch from the beginning to the end. How do you feel about this game, Phil?
Yeah, I think it's really worth noting that um, during the start of this game, there was hardly any point where Hakim was leading or had an advantage per se, because we saw Sharif scoring really well, and even after a stone came down from Sharif and the reply of Ilfez, Sheriff was still leading, and he kept scoring 40 points for Dunham, 45 points for Offa. But I think the turning point was Dillings played by Akim, and then right after Injera scoring 42 points. But I'm curious if there was anything better that Sheriff could have done when he played AIT. I think that was where he might have, erred in this game. It's still unsure how things would have played out exactly, but that Injera for 42 points is just way too much. And if that AIT was not played, then there was no way Akim would have had a 42 score option available in that turn.
Definitely, because I think I mentioned during that turn that in playing DIA to the S of dealings for Vias would have increased his chances of winning this game by 88%. Definitely, was a was a bad move made. by Malik, and it really
Yeah,
changed the dynamic of this game for him.
yeah. I guess in his head, he just wanted to go for as many points as he can. And if you really think about it, though, ending with A or playing a six-letter word ending with A is not as easy to come by as you'd think. So AIT there did not seem that harmful during that turn, but it's Scrabble and things happen. So officially saying the end of this game, Olaibigbea came on 4-5 to Malik's 4-1-4. I believe would be seeing a break now. 5 rounds have been played, and we are entering into the break for today's games. There are still 5 more rounds to go later on, so make sure you stick around. And it's worth noting that the prize pool for this year is $6,000, and the winner is going to cut away with $2,000 at the end of this tournament. So there's a lot at stake here, and we are seeing the best of the best in Africa coming together to compete in Monrovia, Liberia. All right, we'll be back with round six right after the break. Make sure you heat up your popcorns or get some juice ready because there's still a lot more Scrabble to be played today. All right, welcome everyone to round six. On your screen, we have Owolabi Lukman, the Wexpa chairman, going against Lemuel Gibson. And joining me in the commentary booth is Asfine. Please say hello.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. We are in for round six of this tournament, Scrabblemania in Monrovia. Tune in and get ready to be entertained. Thank you,
Yeah,
Excel. You've been doing a nice job. Thanks for having me here.
yeah, Yeah, and thank you for joining us too. All right, in the first move, I believe Olabi had EUROTEN and he made the move of Euro. Then Gibson, in reply, played Gajo, scoring 30 points. And now we are seeing the first bingo of today with the rack of GESTANT scoring 74 points. Gestant. Would you play this Okin Gajo or beneath Euro? Because there is a another option there available for Owolabi Lukman.
Okay, I will still go for the gestant. I will go for the gestant. I think it is more it's more safer there because if you play gestant under the euro, you'll be opening a times four lane with the E, and there'll be so much flexible floats like the S will be there, the E and the G. So I think gestant at this point is better for me.
Yeah, very well said. This move is very defensive, what Olabi opted for. And now with the rack of DENENET, Gibson wasting no time playing NET. There not a lot to maybe consider on that turn. For anybody just joining, this is round six of Scrabblemania 3.0 happening in Monrovia, Liberia. We have 34 players all across the world, mostly from Africa, competing in this tournament. Olabi Lukman representing Ireland. We have a lot of Liberians here, Ghanaians, many Nigerians, and even a Sierra Leonean players, I believe. Sorry if I butchered that pronunciation there. It's back to Olabi now with Withmid. Do you see any stellar moves for him here?
Yeah, in as much as the rack doesn't look, the tiles doesn't look promising. Yeah, with the E float, I think he can make a good move, scoring 34 myth, 34, the E of the gestant. So scoring 34 at this point, I don't think is a bad move.
Yeah, with that opening, as you rightfully mentioned, WHIM is something worth considering. Let me see if I can get that on the board here. WHIM scores really well, but we can see him opting for WHID instead. Um, I think WHID is a very tricky move because you have ED to hook the you have H rather to hook the ED later. So I think this is a really nice choice from Olabi here. And Gibson now with five E's on that turn, or am I saying incorrectly? Five is not something you see every day. All right, it's back to Olabi here with it's better, at least a lot better than the tiles he had before. Let's are you still with us past fine? Are you having any issues?
I was having issues earlier, but I think I'm okay now. Sorry about that.
All right, no problem. So back to Olabi there with Mythisd, and we see him going for My.
Yeah, which is I think he's taking his highest score considering his rack, but at the same time he's making his play vulnerable. I think because the board will be somehow open. He will only just hope that his opponent doesn't have a killer tie to run through the three lane, which I don't think he
Yeah,
has even.
that's true. Yeah, but something I think he missed would have been a move of Smithy scoring really, really well and dumping as much tiles as possible in that turn. But now it's back to Gibson cashing in on that triple lane and playing Dean, leaving ORE.
Yeah, and I think also that's a good rack leave. ORA is not that bad of a rack. So
True.
and Lookman, he keeps drawing one vowel at each turn and all that. So it's not really good to see. But like you said earlier, if he had removed more vowels, play out more vowels, maybe he could have drawn
Yeah, that's true. Smithy there would have scored
better
over
tile good
40
for him this
points
time. Uh,
and allow him to pick more tiles. But we're seeing him make a very, very nice move there, playing Theed. I think that does so much for him. And we saw a challenge there, and that's going to be 5 extra points for Owolabi.
yeah, that's a really good move, leaving his only vowel. Because at this point
Exactly.
when you're picking, you've gone to the bag the first time, you've gone to the bag the second time, you keep on picking one vowel, so you have to try and retain the only vowel you have at this point. So and that's what it and he scored big. So I think he's playing well at the point.
Yes, indeed. And Gibson, on the other end, is having a lot of vowel trouble. We see him with Niereio, and in the last few moves, we saw him trying to, find his way out of those vowels he had. And yet again, even with this move, he still has three vowels left on his rack. But I don't think there was a lot he could have done in that turn, regardless.
Yeah, sometimes when people will say Scrabble is somewhat spiritual, I tend to agree with them because your opponents will be suffering because of lack of vowel. And the next, you see the
Yeah.
next person picking all the vowels there is. It's it's somewhat not understandable to me. But that's Scrabble for you. So the ability to use your tiles well, even if you have heavy vowels and or heavy consonants, the ability to score more, to use them well, and to discard them well is what Scrabble is all about. Because you don't expect to always have these good, perfect styles all the time.
Yeah, very well said there. We see the white dragon in the chat pointing out the THEED move. So if you're joining us and you're watching anywhere from Africa or the world, you could leave a comment in the chat. I would love to hear from you. But would we be seeing a phony here? I don't think Jestant takes the back hook S.
Yeah, I don't think it does. And it has been allowed. So that means for now
Yeah,
it does. Yeah.
true, true.
But
Gibson
for the
wasting no
record,
time
yeah,
playing
it's
PIGA.
not acceptable. Mm.
Yeah, I guess when the game ends, Gibson would later realize that he allowed a phony, a 35-point phony on the board. But still, the game continues and it's back to Olabi Lukman now.
Yeah, and he will not be happy about it, leaving a funny word on the board.
Yeah. Viga was
I
played
will see him
for
with them doing
24
this.
points. And oh yeah, that's true. Viga was played, then Olabi Lukman playing XU, cashing in that X bomb there. Then Croolie. Would that fit on this board though?
But I don't think so, and there's not much float, so I don't think he'll be able to uh, uh, play his bingo. But I think he should opt for, removing some of the O's, playing out like 5,000 or thereabouts, like using the N at the triple lane to play lotion, and he's going for it
Yes.
for 21
Yeah,
points.
very well said there. Lotion leaving RE seems pretty solid. There is still two blanks left on scene from his POV, so you might as well play as much tiles as you can and try and score as much points as you can. So 21 points on that turn. And look at the turn of events here. We saw Lukman battling consonant heavy racks, and now we can see too many vowels on his rack now.
Yeah.
How interesting that is.
And with his rack, we don't see anywhere he will remove more than two vowels. See him playing AA for 21 points as area and jota, which I think is his best move at the point.
True. There isn't much he can do on this turn, and definitely he would not want to score too little. There are a lot of players who would feel really comfortable about the fact that they are in the lead because right now the scores are Olabi's 248 to Gibson's 155. Or we can see Lukman here is not feeling relaxed, still trying to go for as much points as he can get on that turn, and it's Gibson's turn now. It's WREIYKM.
Yeah, another good rack, but I don't think he's going to yield any good score on the board as well, given the way the board is. But I see him MY, going for MY at the UG of the XU for 25 points. At least Brad Cleave of WRIKE will not be that bad. What do you think?
Yeah, the K perhaps can still do some damage later on in this board, and MY there
Yeah.
seems really good for 25 points, and it's game on from there. And from the two tile play from Owolabi in the last turn, just playing AA went into the bag, and I believe he drew into ZN, and that Z is going to yield 32 points on this turn if he chooses to play Riz down the R in Virus.
Yeah, which I think it should be his best option at the moment. Leaving VINOL, which is a balance rack for me. I think VINOL is a balance rack. So He will just hope to pick an E and another tile later on. But playing Reese at this point is the best he could do.
Yes, indeed. But we see him being defensive first, going for Vino.
Yeah, for 17 points. Okay. Yeah, like you said, I think that's a defensive play, given that he's leading at this point. So Vino is not bad. He still has his Z. So he will still come back later to score it. So I think it's another
Exactly
wise
what I was
choice.
thinking too. Yeah, because it's very unlikely that that RIZ spot would be disturbed. So why not block off any bingo chances for the opponent and then still retain the Z? And as we can see, it's working out pretty well for him as he has drawn into the blank. But let's not get distracted. Gibson is the one to play in this turn and he has WRECKIE. But I think he missed a really, really nice play here and is has opted
Nice.
for just break
Yeah.
instead.
If he had taken his time, he has enough time. Sometimes you take enough time before you make your move. I think 12 minutes to Mr. Wallaby's 7 minutes is something. So if you can take 2 minutes to think through your rack, because mixing a 60 points move at this point
Yeah,
is not good. Yeah, as an elite player he's supposed to make always think, try to be somewhat proactive. Like Ricky, you have Ricky for 60 points, you have Cricky for 60 points, but going for wreck, no.
yeah.
But it's good.
Rickey there scoring 60 would have been really nice and would have taken him back into the game full time. But unfortunately, that was a miss on his part there. And I see the White Dragon in the chat. I think himself and Olabi are probably operating in the same wavelength because the Vino move was
Yeah.
something the White Dragon also suggested.
Yeah, and I love what he did. It's not about, because still the last game, the fifth game, I believe this other man lost to Hakim because he held his blank. He held back his blank. If he had used the blank earlier instead of playing the AIT he played that made Hakimi to play it out in Jira, I think he would have gotten a
Yeah,
better chance in winning the game. What Mr. Wallaby did is what he should do at this point, because he need to increase his lead, given that the other blank is still at large. Okay, so he used this
yeah.
blank to score heavily, and I think is a nice choice.
Yeah, very, very well said there. We've seen a couple of moves played quickly here. Lazily was played by Gibson and sorry, by Lookman, and in reply, Gibson played was very, very quickly there. And this move does a lot for him because it now opens up lanes for a straight seven bingo.
Yeah, that's if you have it.
Yeah, true, true, true.
The tiles are not really working well for Mr. Ovalabi at this point. But it's good whenever you have your chances, you take it. I think he took his chances when he had them, so it's paying out for him at this point. So even all the while has been battling with bad tiles and all that, he's still on the lead. Okay.
Yeah, and I particularly love his last move of BAP because previously there was this lane open here and this lane open, but with this BAP move that scores quite well too, and it blocks off those two openings. So he's not just blocking the board, he's also taking as much points as he could get.
Yes. Yeah, and that's the spirit. That's one thing about Scrabble. Scrabble is just first you try to win. before thinking about cumulative. Some persons they will want to open the board because they want more cumulative. But right now, Mr. Owolabi is he's called what he wants at this point is to win first before thinking about cumulative, and I think it's working out for him at this point. We don't have much.
Yeah, that's right.
I think at this point the board is somewhat constrained for a bingo, unless you must have an ego eye.
Yeah. Kieri here on your screens is something that Gibson had available for him to in the last turn to play out a lot of tiles and try and get the second blank that is unseen. But he seems to be missing his top choices right now. Maybe he feels a bit I don't know, maybe rustled by how the game is going. And I wonder how you will now feel learning that he allowed Phony too in this game. But right now, I just think he needs to put his head in the game and try and sneak this if he can.
At this point, and given the way the board is, I don't think there's anything he could do to steal this game from Mr. Olabi, given that he just swapped five of his tiles, which is a super move for me because changing is also a move in Scrabble. So, and it would be like, let us just play inside. So I think the
Yeah,
way the board
and
is, it
you know
would be.
yeah, that's true. I think it's also worth noting that um when the game ends, it's easy for someone like Gibson to think, oh, my opponent picked really well. He had all the tiles to destroy me in that game. But from our perspective, if you remember correctly, Lukman was struggling with consonant heavy tiles first, then back to vowel heavy tiles, and then in this last exchange, we saw him to struggling with consonant heavy tiles. So it really isn't about players that have like the best of tiles. It's just what they can do with what they have.
Yeah, that's just correct. That's one thing about Scrabble. You always feel that your opponent has picked you. Like you rightly said, we've seen that I don't think, even though he has played a bingo on the board and his opponent haven't, but I think the picking has been 50-50. It's just that the next person is not seeing his best moves and he's not taking them. And that's Scrabble. Whenever you make this sub-optimum move, you are bound to pay for it.
Yes, very, very true. Both players, as we've seen, have actually struggled with vowel or consonant troubles as at one point or the other. So we saw ER come down, still trying to open up the board as best as he can. And that's a really good move if you ask me, because it still leaves IERS, which is a solid, solid leave.
Yeah, but I don't think he will come back to meet that place. And it's true, he's not going to meet it. Because definitely,
uh,
yeah,
this must be
he's not playing with an
frustrating.
amateur. Yeah, he's not playing with an amateur. That really. So definitely, as long as it's a one-way opening, and thank God for Mr. Lukman, he has an S. So he's not coming back to meet it at all. You still need to
Definitely. It's
find a way
just,
to open the
any
other side.
opening you make, I'll close it. And I think that's just how this game is going to go until it ends. And as you can see, it's nearly tiles out, I believe. After this move of sand, there are no tiles left to be picked in the bag. And ROQIES is all there is that Gibson can have until this game ends.
Yeah, he picked the good tiles at the wrong time, you know.
Yeah,
And
and that queue is going to really obstruct him.
Yes, it is. So he will just find a way to, remove it to make his hand to reduce cumulative at this point.
Yeah, as you can see, I just plunked down the Q for 11 points, playing QI, and it's back to Lukman now. I'm sure Gibson would have wished desperately for one more tile, at least more tiles left in the bag, hoping to still bingo and reduce the cumulative. Unfortunately, the game is nearing its end.
Yeah, but are you sure he checked? Did he check the back before playing the cue?
Yeah, he did, and
Because
it's
some
been tiles out.
okay, all right. Because sometimes in Scrabble you'll be like, let me drop and go for another task. Then you find out that
Oh,
yeah,
true.
there's
Yeah.
no more tiles in the bag. Mm. Well, it's been a nice game and a very nice play from Mr. Lukman. Uh, um, is it was really worth watching because he took
Yes,
his
indeed.
time to, even though he has a minute left, it's worth it. So he made a good he made good choices rather, and paid out for him.
Yeah, that's true. I see the white dragon in the chart. Going back to when the Waz move was made. Truthfully, Juarez was worth considering in that turn, given the fact that there were still one blank on Sin, and playing out two extra tiles, they will at least give you two more chances to go and pick that blank, and it does the same thing too, because this move still gives you this opening here and this opening here. But I guess he was really careful about retaining a vowel, because in that turn W and R were the only consonants he had, so I guess he just wanted to retain that R as a consonant in that turn. But yeah, it's been excuse me, it's been quite the game so far, and we are seeing ISO come down for Gibson.
Yeah, like what White Dragon said, whereas is okay, like was supposed to be his move. No matter the reason, like keeping one consonant and all that, you were trailing. He was trailing. Okay, he knows that once will be easily blocked, and that was blocked immediately after he made the was move. So playing Juarez,
Yeah,
like you said, we opened the two side, and with what Mr. Lookman had, there's no way he could have blocked the both side. No,
entirely.
he couldn't
Yeah,
have blocked the
yeah,
both. So that's one thing about Scrabble as well. It's about strategy. It's not just about picking the tiles and all that. It's about board work. You must do the work. You must think. When we see all these players play, all these good players when they play and we enjoy their games, sometimes it looks as if it's a magic, but it's not magic. It's never a magic. It's about this board play. You know how to, even though you are okay. We saw Hakim the last game. Hakim was trailing at some point. He was
yeah,
trailing at some point. He said he will play, he will score when he made the down move. He played. We saw him when he did OGEE. That wasn't his best move, but
yeah,
he knew he was trailing, and later it paid up for him. So when you are trailing a Scrabble, I don't see playing out two tiles just to retain a tile or so, because the bag, you don't have an eye in your hand. So definitely you go back to the bag and you don't know what you're going to pick next. So I think he didn't pick the worst styles in this game. So his moves and choices, I think these were the things that made him lose this game.
yeah. Very well said. We apologize for the wrong scores on your screen, but from our end, we can confirm that the final score is Lukman's 425 to Gibson's 308. And that is the end of round six. Make sure you stick around, because round seven would be on your screens soon.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, welcome to round seven. We have Nika Josbin going against Joseph. Pass fine. Welcome back. Are you excited for this matchup?
Very, very excited. I'm very, very excited for this game. And I hope everyone is ready to watch the game as well. Thank you, Estelle. You've been doing a wonderful job so far. And it's nice to have you here also. We're watching Nika Josbin and Estelle,
Okay.
please could you help with the other person?
If that's Joseph, not sure how to pronounce. That's Joseph, the highest rated player in Liberia right now.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice to know. And in this tournament, Josbin Nika is a 33rd rated player in this tournament. Is that Lee Joseph?
No, that's Gege.
Hello,
I'm not
Estelle. Are you
sure if there are any Liberians in the chat. If there are any Liberians in the chat, I'm sorry if butchering his second name, but that's Joseph Gegeh. Not sure how to pronounce that. All right, seems we are having a bit of technical issues there. We would have it sorted in a bit. But so far, we saw Nika start with QI, then Joseph playing typed, then Nika replying with DONEE, and now GOOR is the move from Joseph, and it's back to Nika with a rack of OWIEEIK. Are seeing really, really fast plays from both players. IWI coming down for 34 points, retaining the K, which, can still do some damage later on. And we're seeing the first blank of the day on Joseph's rack alongside very synergic tiles. FOXARS blank is what he has on this turn. And maybe it would want to go for OX here, retaining FARS. That seems pretty solid, and it opens up this spot for an eventual bingo if the tiles align. Instead of that, I'm not sure what other options they might consider. Okay, we see him going for S or X instead, still keeping things really, really close on this board.
Oh,
And now
okay.
it's back to
I think he's
Nika. Okay, I think Passfine is here now.
yeah, yeah, thank you. Um, but I don't see anything uh, um, should do be given his rack. But Key is also good. But I see Atok for 29 points instead of Key for 20 points for him. Atok under the, is in my interest. So many persons doesn't know that that God takes an O. That's the extension. You have GO, God, Gods, God so, and God, and all that. Yeah, there. I expected him to do that, but Key isn't
Yeah, I
that bad
think
as well.
that's an interesting thing to point out there. Imagine a scenario where you're playing gods thinking, oh, I've blocked this board and there's no way my opponent can play anything, and then they just come with an oh hooking god. So yeah, that's worth noting there.
Yeah, we have some words like that, which is really quite interesting. Like word like, when you play lived or lived rather, Lived. You feel like, I've blocked it. But it might interest you to know that it takes an O, you know, it takes an O as well. So it's just like
Yeah,
this
live
words,
too.
God's soul, God's son, and then, yeah, and we see a
All
challenge
right, we're
there for that.
saying a challenge. Yes,
Yeah,
parfait there is valid, and that's
ah,
going to be 5 extra
he hasn't
points
tested
for
that.
Joseph.
Yeah, that's a smoothie. So he hasn't tested cafe. It's a smoothie.
I mean,
Oh,
it's
God.
Scrabble. I've challenged goat before. I'm not going to lie. I saw it as go at. I'm like, what is G? What is go at? So maybe it's not clicking that it's parfait that he's familiar with.
Yeah,
And it's like, what's perfect?
yeah,
Do
or
you
maybe he doesn't know
understand?
that it's this spelling.
Yeah, that's true. So we're going to see 5 extra points for that play. All right, OBE coming down for Nika, 24 points. The current scores now is Joseph's 148 has 128, and back to Joseph now with Coluri G. The board is pretty choked up. I'm sure he can still squeeze out a couple of points if he looks in the right side of this board. Right now, he has Lorik available for him here. He plays a lot of tiles. The only downside is it allows a play down here, and if um, Nika has an H, that would be really devastating to play a CH word down there. But Lori could score really well, and he also has options like Gori in that same spot too, each scoring 28 or 32 points. So let's see what he can come up with in this turn. And if he's completely missing the Godso hook, then that really limits what he can do on this board. Plays like Fujio here are very uninspiring, just opening up way too much for your opponent. So he really has to gunny the Godso hook here to score anything reasonable and keep the board blocked. All right. We are having Passfine sort out an issue currently, and I'm sure as soon as she has it all set up, we'll have her joining us back on stream soon. Okay, we're seeing logic. That side of the board entirely evaded me. I was not even looking towards that side. Logic there scoring 22 points seems really okay if you're not seeing the God so hook. All right, Nika now it's Peeltel. And we've seen him arrange peel on his rack. And one nice spot for that would be right here, scoring about 34 points, I believe. So I'm curious to see if that was where he was hoping to play it, and that's exactly what he was thinking. And we're seeing him make the top choice here on this turn. Peel scoring 34 points, leaving ELTE trails by less than 50 points before this move, but after that is inching closer to catching up and playing out a lot of tiles to either pick the last blank or more synergic tiles in the bag. And oof, Joseph there struggling with three R's and a V and a U. We're definitely going to see an exchange in this turn, I think. Although I think FUROR should be valid, and maybe he wants to play that. I could be wrong, but I think that might be a valid word. Oh, yeah, FUROR is something worth considering. And if you want, you could also play JUROR through the O in logic. Apologies there for my chicken scratch, as I would call it. But at least you have an idea of where I'm talking about on the board. So, yeah, Jura there or FUROR scores pretty well, and he uses up 2 R's. But the same going for FUR instead, leaving JUVRR. Not the best of leaves, but I guess playing it safe and just playing what you're sure of is the way to go. Now it's back to Nika with Letumay. This looks a bit promising, even if there are no bingos available. It looks really promising for a lot of scoring options. And in fact, we see he knows the YERE hook, but in fact, there was a much better play. I think it's impressive enough that he gone into this hook and made this play already. But Etima, let me see if I can get the board right. ETYA here scores over 50 points, and that was such a lovely move. But still, MAY there still does a lot for him, and wasting no time, Joseph makes the move of JUT. Yeah, there weren't a lot of options for him on that turn, unless he wanted to go back to playing the Juro move, which he had available in the previous turn. But JUT scores well, keeps the ball a bit close, and I may be worried about a W coming towards that region beneath JO. A W here would score really well. Maybe just AW would score nearly 40, I believe. But I mean, he has to go for his best move there, scoring the highest, and just hope for the best. Nika now with LAUNTAD. All right, he has bingos available for him on this turn. The seven letter word lunated and undealt plays perfectly. beneath the board on this lane, hooking ALU for undealt or ALL for lunated. And with the scores being Nick has 197 to Joseph's 227, a 64 or 63 points play here would, bring him into the lead, and things could look really promising for from there. Okay, I think Passfine is back here, and hello Passfine, are you with us? I will seem still be experiencing some issues there, but as soon as we're able to, I'm sure Passfine will be joining us as soon as possible. All right, a miss there from Nika playing dual instead, which is still really reasonable provided you're able to spot your bingo and waste no time. Joseph maybe trying to keep his lead and just tailoring the board, keeping things closed. He goes for the To be honest, there weren't a lot of options for him either way in that turn. And Nika now with INETHHR. We're seeing the ties are skewed right now, but I'm sure as soon as it's done recording the scores, maybe it would arrange them right back up. Meanwhile, taking a peek at Joseph's rack, he has found the last blank in this game, or the second blank, I must say. And I think he has Nirvana arranged already, which would fit right above the D here in dual. And it's very unlikely that Nika would be blocking that spot as we see him play HE. All right, HE has been committed, and Joseph, I'm sure, would waste no time playing Nirvana for 71 points. That was a very, very nice find from him that we saw. He um, spotted that bingo immediately, picked the styles, and for the highest rated player in Liberia, I expected nothing less. And it's very impressive to see him showing his metal here, and we're seeing a challenge from Nika, and that was going to be 5 extra points. With that, the scores are Joseph's 325 to Nika's 248. The miss of undealt or lunated at the bottom of the board seems to be really costly right now, as the gap is widening. And right now with TINRHLO, it's very all right. With that, we're seeing Joseph replenish his tiles, and you see the Z and the S with two vowels there. It's definitely going to score really nicely next turn. But it's Nika's turn now, and um, he has just very little options, but at least they open up the board a bit more for him. Right now, he could play Thurn down here, and at least this move would give him a floating C and a H to bingo next turn if he has the right styles. Because currently you can see that the bottom of the board is completely cut off, as there are no hooks here to hook V. So this side of the board is closed down completely, and he has to start scheming, opening up the rest of the board in case he has a bingo for himself. I think both players are trying to tally the scores, make sure there are no issues as regards that. But here I can confirm, all things being equal, the score should be Joseph's 325 to Nika's 248. Anyone just joining, this is round 7 of Scrabblemania 3.0 happening in Monrovia, sorry, Liberia. This year we have a $6,000 prize pool, the highest it has ever been, and the winner would go home with $2,000. I'm sure the last edition winner, Charles from Ghana, is looking to defend his title, but we are having top players from Nigeria, from Liberia, and the rest of the world also looking to clinch that win. I'm sure it's not going to be easy for anyone. All right, Thorn comes down for Nika there, opening up a lot more options for him next turn. And it's back to Joseph with WZEENST. Right now, he has a 45-point play available for him on this turn. As soon as the board rotates, yeah, okay. He has SEZ here, just a simple three-letter word play scoring 45 points. And it really doesn't give back as much because, fine, you're leaving the E and the Z as floaters, but I mean, it's not the worst of scenarios if a bingo comes through those lanes. So SAZ scoring 45 points, taking his lead further would be something worth considering. Right now, there are still two S's on scene, so you might as well play the S you have and score as much point as you can on this third. And if it wants to keep things really, really close, I think EW here is something he might consider because after this move, it's going to be very difficult being going on that lane except you have like a TR or something to play through the T here. And I think he was considering that for a second, and it's still um I think it's still really good for him because if he plays EW, he leaves SETZN, and the SEZ move would still be available for him if he plays the EW. So I'm curious to see if he would be blocking the board or just going for as much points as he can on this turn. I wasn't even looking at Maker's Rack the whole time. If SEZ was played, then I believe we would have seen Tiltons come down. But with the move of Hyun, that completely blocks off the bingos that Nika would have had because he had Tiltons here and oops, sorry about that. Tiltons was available through the T in turn, and even Hiltons was possible. But with the move of Hyun, both moves are unavailable right now, and I'm sure that must be such a crusher for Mika as he was banking on that spot. All right, we see him go for IT instead, leaving the ING leave that I love. Scrabble players, like to leave because there are so many bingos ending with that combination. But still, with the dynamics of the board, ING bingos. Okay, with the last move now, at least another spot was open. So I think that was a really nice play by Nika there, as there is this spot available now for a bingo. So it's back to Joseph now to decide on what is going to do on this turn. He has COZETES. Really nice styles there, but what can he do with them? All right, we see him arrange COZES, and I believe he would play that. Oops, sorry. Let me get that corrected. He could play that here, COZES, right here. This further blocks the board. I'm sure he's worried about the move he made of Hyun because this spot here is still open. But COZES scores really, really well, extends his lead, and I'm sure he's feeling pretty confident about that. Nika now has GNILBIS. All right, we're seeing a setup here that might come back and bite him back. I mean, from his perspective, he has an S and he's just trying to keep the board as open as possible. If he plays, just like what he did here, if he plays Boyle and his opponent doesn't have the S, then that means Joseph would be forced to maybe short score and try and block that spot. So he's trying to create as much imbalance in the game, but with the tiles that Joseph has, I believe he should be bingoing on this turn. All right, we see Joseph arrange on teams, and wow, I'm just noticing there were not enough tiles left in the bag when Boyle was made. That was such a blunder from Nika there, playing Boyle and emptying the bag, and now he has only six tiles, not even up to seven, and he can't even reply with a bingo of his own. That must be so devastating. Seeing a challenge from Nickelodeon on Teams is indeed too was available on that turn. What an interesting turn of events there. On Teams would have played either ways on top of the board, but with the Boyle opening, Home team scores so well there, and Nika would be unable to reply with a bingo of his own since he has not just 6 stars left, but the bag was emptied on the boy turn. That would bring the final scores to Joseph's 490 to Nika's 298. Interesting to think how this game went up until the middle of the game. The scores were still around Nika's 248 to Joseph's 249. But as soon as Nirvana came down and later on Cozies and down on teams, there was not a lot for Nika to do. I'm sure the heel move must have been really devastating as he had tiltings right here in that turn for Nika to get back into the game, or even Hilton's here. But the heel move completely disrupted that from happening. And that brings us to the end of round eight. Oh, sorry, round seven rather. Make sure you stay tuned because round eight would be on your screens very, very soon. All right, everyone, welcome to round eight. We have Roland Boykai going against Cyril. Roland is a Liberian, I believe, the fourth highest rated player right now, going against Cyril from Nigeria, who was the winner of the Sika events in the just concluded Westpac in Ghana. So we have two titans here going against one another, and WOX was the first move on this turn. All right, it's worth noting that Axoids, AXOIDS, was something worth considering in that turn. I know the next turn is already being played, but just bear with me. Axoids retaining W and scoring 44 points, I think, was worth considering, but still, WX retaining the S is something that retaining ADIS, which can go quite well together. All right, JAYPNDC, and we're seeing J as the play from Cyril. I think something slightly better would have been to play JAP because CYND have a bit more synergy than CPND, but then it's JAP would have given back the JAP hook, and maybe he just wants to keep things really tight. But regardless, Roland was almost going to bingo regardless of what was played. So Gisted is coming down for Roland as the first bingo in this game. Current scores are Roland's 106 to Cyril's 33. There's still a lot of moves left in this game, and we're seeing BINK played by Cyril, scoring really well, but still leaving that same leave of PNDC. With no vowels in that turn, there wasn't much he could have done. So being against NDP seems pretty solid, and we are seeing a challenge there, which is going to be 5 extra points for Cyril. If there's anyone in the chat from Liberia or Nigeria or anywhere in the world, you could leave a shout out. I would love to connect with you. And if you have any questions about the tournament or the players, would love to use. QAID is the move there for Roland. Fine, it exposes the Q, but scores too well to not play. After an sorry about that. After the 80 word bingo from Roland, we're seeing a 54-point play, and it's just, powering on. But luckily for Cyril, he has found the second blank in this game. It's DYPNIC. And knowing Cyril, if there is a strange bingo with these tiles, I have a feeling he's definitely going to spot it. And in fact, he has PC Nidia available for him to play as the only bingo on this turn. Oh, we're seeing a miss there. I think Psinidia is a word Cyril knows. Perhaps he's not just thinking about a bingo through that A currently. And, it's a really tough find either ways. And Cyanide there scoring 36 points, retaining P blank is a solid choice. One thing worth considering is TYPIC if the bingo could not be seen. TYPIC scores 48 points, leaving the end blank and opening up the board a lot more. So, Cyanide was a really good move there, but still, I would have loved to see that the bingo or T-pick come down in that turn. And I think wasting no time, Roland made a move of HE. He had VSHELVMS, I think, and he just wants to close down that part of the board as soon as he can. Oops, sorry, the T-pick move is still on the board. Let me have that cleared. All right, POW was the move for Cyril. Okay, I think I missed an exchange there for Roland. He retained MSS, and after his exchange, he has MOASAIS. Still not the best of tiles to have, but it is still Cyril's turn to play. So he has ABOUNE blank. I'm sure he's going to take his time and make sure he's not missing anything on this turn, but I can confirm that there are no bingos available for him right now. It looks really, really promising, but definitely no 7 letter bingos, and the 8 letter bingos can't fit on this board. So we see him making the right decision, just scoring as much tiles as he can, as much points rather as he can, opening up the board a bit more and still retaining his blank. Seeing both players play pretty fast here. As soon as 2 by E comes down, AMA played from Roland, nearly shutting down that side of the board completely. Current scores are Roland's 211 to Cyril's 155. I'm sure Cyril still feels a bit confident about coming back into this game as he has the blank rather and pretty good tiles to play on this turn. All right, I'm seeing him arrange Hornit blank, and the blank could be O, playing Hornito on the board, and he also has words like Orthian or Hernist, even Tin Horn available for him to play on this turn. But most of them play in a worrisome spot. Let me see if I can have that shown on the board. Hornito plays down here, and it's going to float the O on the triple triple lane, and opening up the board so much that your opponent is most likely going to cash in for really good points right after. But I mean, he has had the blank for too long, and I'm sure he wants to play a bingo as soon as he can. And we see him going for Orthian, which still does the same thing of exposing an O in space there. But Orthian seems to be his preferred move here. Hornito would have scored 72 points. Othean is 70 points, just 2 points less. But I guess it's a bit more defensive. Or it's to me, it still looks like the same thing, but to each their own, I guess. Wow, wasting no time. A very nice find from Roland there. Very smooth. Very, very nice move there. Seen very quickly and played very quickly too. That move scores 76 points, and the breath of fresh air the breath of fresh air that Cyril thought he had after playing the Ocean has been sucked out with the very smooth move, as now is still trailing by about 62 points. But his next set of tiles look a bit promising. He has TTDINER, and he has a bingo available for him on this turn. So I guess it's back to Roland to have his hopes a bit crushed, as Verismos was played thinking he's replying right back to Cyril's bingo of Orthian, but Cyril wasting no time plunking down Strident on the board for 80 solid points. The scores right after is going to be Cyril's 305 to Roland's 287. Bingo bango, as we like to say here. Orthian, very smooth and strident. But I think things are going to slow down a bit as Roland has ICOEEES, which definitely the chances of being going with that are 0 to none. So what would we be seeing him play here? Okay, he goes for, oh, he has an L instead. I thought that was an I. All right, we see him go for OVEL, leaving EECS, which is pretty understandable there, and he has left himself an hook for a 7-letter bingo if one is available for him next turn. Oh, he's still pretty turn, and we see him take back that move. I'm curious as to what he's considering here. Maybe he has a bingo through the edge, but with three E's and this combination of tiles, it's very unlikely that there could be a bingo in that turn. When taking a peek at Cyril's rack, he seems to be on fire. He has Olefine ready to play next turn. I'm unsure that fits on the board right now. But it's interesting to see how he has had bingos in his last two turns, and right now the bingo ready to play provided the opportunity presents itself. All right, we'll see Roland eventually go for OVEL, and Olefine would have no space to play on this board, but still, Cyril is in good position to take the lead once again with moves like EFT. Let me see if I can get that up on your screens. EFT plays right here, scoring over 20 points, and that would bring him back into the lead. I will see Cyril taking his time on this turn, tracking the tiles, making sure he has full awareness of the tiles left in the bag, or at least the distribution of those tiles. Right now, there is only one S on sin, and a couple of vowels is still lurking. So I'm sure after he assesses all that, maybe he would be worried about the spot here for the Z, waiting for the board to be flipped back, and then I would show you guys the move. Okay, it seems the board is upside down right now, but right here is a nice little spot for a Z play, easily scoring over 40 points. So is it worth sacrificing some points, blocking off that spot? Cyril says no, and he goes for EF instead, scoring 25 points, leaving LOIF. And he could still come back and play a bingo if he has the right styles. All right, Roland. Apologies. Roland has Vesikai, but no place to play that on the board right now. You can see both players having bingos in their last turn, but no places on the board to play that. And the board is pretty open, just that the right combination of tiles are unavailable to play a bingo on this board right now. So let's see what Roland would do on this turn. He has the S, which I'm sure he would desperately want to keep because that is the last S in this game, and it's the only tile that hooks Oval. So he's going to hold on to that while trying to play out other tiles. A few moves worth considering might be Hiva here. Scores really well, keeps things closed, still retains the S, and if not, oh, sorry about that. All right, we're back, and if not, he could play maybe here too, but we see him super cautious, I guess. I'm not quite sure what he was hoping to achieve with this move, because if you're trying to block spaces for a 7-letter bingo, this just floats a V and the E now in a very lucrative spot for it. So maybe he just wanted to play out the VI which could bingo a lot of times with the right pick. All right, Cyril unfazed by the move, just trying to balance the styles, plays SON. Feeling that the Z would have a lot to do about who wins this game, but let's see how things pan out. But finally, uh, Roland has found the bingo of Cyril's playing Cyril, the player from Nigeria, and he's playing Cyril's, which sound very, very alike. Wow, Cyril is unfazed by the bingo, immediately playing Emu, leaving Laina. Knows the board is wide open, and with the right draw, he's feeling pretty confident about replying with a bingo of his own after that style dump. But the Z is right there with Roland and scoring over 40 or 50, and the bingo reply from Cyril would probably not matter any longer. Current scores are Roland's 398 to Cyril's 362. Things are still pretty close, but with this Zeta move now, get even tougher. But the downside with this is Zeta retains UUI. So I think maybe, just maybe, Azurite was something worth considering on that turn, but still that has disadvantages of its own. As you can see, Azurite here looks really promising, using up is the Z and the U, but there are still two L's on scene for Lazurite here. So I'm sure that's something he would not want to be worrying about. And I guess is fine with the UUI leave and just trying to go for as much points as he can. Zeta scores 45 points, and that extends his lead to 443 to Cyril's 362. And another beautiful thing about that move is it obstructs the floaters that were available in the previous turn. The C, E, R were open there for Cyril to play bingo through, but right now it's going to prove really, really difficult. All right, now Cyril with Faoline. There are only 5 tiles left in the bag. Now he has to start scheming. He trails by about 81 points, and he needs to do something. He knows the V and E are still available on this turn for a bingo later on, but he knows his opponent might want to block that. But still, we see him going for phase here, just trying to score as much points, because if he plays a suboptimal move, scoring too little, and his opponent just simply outscores him until the game ends, then even a bingo would not matter. So you see him there going for phase, scoring 32 points, just inching s- closer to catching up. But the U's, I believe, would slow down Roland on this turn. He has UGUIOPG. And the annoying thing about this now is he can't even exchange his tiles because there are only 3 tiles left in the bag. So he has to weather the storm and see what he can do about the tiles they have, but at the same time, still worrying about the V and the E opening, which could, lead to a eight-letter bingo in that sport. Uh, a bingo here, a bingo here would definitely score above 70 or so. So he's wondering if maybe he could play VUG. We can see him set that aside, keeping things. Oops, sorry. VUG here would keep things really, really close, and to bingo on this board would be nearly impossible. It's, there's still nine-letter bingos available, maybe through the MA or something, but with the VUG move, it's going to be very, very difficult for Serial to bingo on this board. The only downside is Vogue scores just 7 points. And if Serial plays a 30 points next turn and then he scores maybe too little and Serial just keeps scoring 30, 40, then at the end of the day, bingo would not matter. So I guess that's what he's worried about. But with the tiles nearly uh, done with, just three tiles left in the bag, I believe. I think Roland is, in a pretty good position to say he has complete control of this game. But I'm curious to see if Cyril can come up with anything to try and make a win here. We saw Roland and Cyril playing really fast. But one thing I love about fast players is when they get to the end game, they take their time, making sure that they make no mistakes. And I think that's the whole point of being fast. You're trying to gather as much time as you can for the end game. And as Roland is rightfully doing, is tracking the tiles, checking, oh, if I play VUG, then what would Cyril play next, and how can I power through the tiles I have? Is there any openings he needs to worry about? So there's just so much to consider in the end game that you need as much time possible as you can get. Okay, taking a look at the standings as at round seven, Owolabi Lookman is at the top of the standings, the West chairman from Ireland, with 6 wins and just one loss so far today. Right behind him, we have Jimo Abdul Mumin, the prodigy from Nigeria, right in second position with also 6 wins and just one loss. The last person in this field with just one loss so far is Robert Alvin, and it's interesting to see how um, we've seen a couple of upsets so far, because you would expect to see the top rated players all above the standings. But fine, Owolabi Lukman and Jim Abdulmomin are right there. But we also see Robert Alvin, who was the 16th highest rated player in this pool, in third position. Even the Ketley, who is the 13th highest rated player, is in sixth position. And it's interesting to see how things are going. But I tell you, it's a lot of games left to be played. 30 games over the course of 3 days, and only seven have been played so far. So it's still, there's just still so much to happen. If anyone followed the World Championship, we saw a lot of players have like really good start at the beginning, but then towards the end, a lot of upsets happened. I don't know if the exact same thing would play out here. And if you're curious to know how this tournament is ending, then make sure you stay tuned because there is going to be a lot of interesting and amazing plays from the best of the best players here in Africa and some of them too from around the world. All right, we can see Roland still taking his time. I think he was considering a move just now. I think he's really leaning towards the VUG move, which I mean does almost everything he wants. I'm sure he's just too worried about underlaps um, through the E because fine, you're obstructing a bingo there, but with the exact tiles. I'm sorry for my mispronunciations, but with the exact tiles, he could still bingo through that E. So I guess that's what he was considering. But I mean, I love how Cyril just seems unfazed by anything Roland does. And as soon as VG was played, he just went ahead and still fished for one tile, playing the L and picking the last tile in the bag. All right, it's Roland's turn. TRIPUOG. The scores are Roland's 450 to Cyril's 401, and with the look of things, is definitely going to win this game. Was that a bit of trolling there? I saw him play or put down G phase, GFAZE when GIP was most likely what he was thinking there. But we see him go for Reap instead. But before hitting the clock, is making sure he is not mistracking the tiles. We see him going through the tiles one more time, doing his due diligence and making sure he's not giving back anything too devastating for the opponents to play next turn. As you can see with the RIP move, there are still overlaps here that Cyril could play because he has the O for Opa here, he even has the R for Reef, and he has the E here. So maybe an ERO player. I don't know what style could be played here, but apologies for for that. But still, I'm sure he's wondering if he's not giving back too much and trying to maintain as much distance in scores as he can. But we see him still go for the rip move, leaving GOUT. All right, it's back to Cyril now, and he definitely knows this game is gone, and he just has to play out the end game. And one of his top choices would be Linear, I believe, through the eye in vein. Yeah, Linear here plays out as much tiles as it possibly can and scores really well. So, hope nobody's making jest of my uh doodling there. It's still taking some getting used to, but I'll soon get the hang of this, and I'm sure you'll be able to see the letters I'm drawing a lot better soon. But anyways, linear there is an option available for Serial for 21 points, leaving OR, and right after that, we're going to see Roland most likely play out with outgo here. But we can see Cyril just taking his time, making sure he's playing the best end game sequence here. But the outgo would be too difficult to block without sacrificing too many points. So you understand. Ooh. We are seeing an interesting attempt from Cyril. I did not even think towards the AE um opening or float rather on the board. Aeroliner sounds like an interesting try. I mean, he knows he's losing no matter what, so you might as well try out um, anything you can. So, aeroliner there is invalid, and we are seeing gout come down, hooking VUGG. I think that was an interesting try. You might as well just, do what you can. Whether you play linear and you play out the best main game sequence or not, who knows? Aeroliner could have been valid and you would have maybe, oh yeah, you would have definitely stolen the game if that word was valid. But unfortunately, it isn't. So the final scores, let me get that in a bit. All right, Gouts played for 14. Final scores would be Roland's 502 to Cyril's 4 over and 101 point difference. What a game this has been for anyone who joined right from the start. It was really, really interesting as Boyka started with the first bingo of Adjusted scoring 80 points. And ever since, he just kept scoring. QAID came next for 54 points. But he had to slow down a bit with an exchange, and Orthian was then played by Cyril for 70 points, and this is where things got really interesting. Verismos was the reply next from Roland, scoring 76 points. But Cyril didn't stay down with a rack of DNTTIR. He spotted Strident almost immediately, scoring 80 points and nearly tallying the scores there. But then Cyril's rather, played from Roland was what really gave him the edge, as that move got him into the lead. And ever since, Cyril was, struggling with tiles there, trying to balance his tiles and all that. But then Zeta came next after the bingo, and the game was gone. We saw Cyril trying to balance his tiles and, hoping for an out bingo of his own, but unfortunately, there were none available for him. What a game this has been. And, the last 7 games we've had today has been just as fun. So make sure you stick around for the last 2 games for today. See you soon. Welcome to round 9 of Scrabblemania 3.0 in Monrovia, Liberia. Wasting no time, Owolabi Lukman is going against Abdulmumin Jimo. These are the two highest seeds in this field, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of action in this game. Wasting no time, Jata was the first move for Lukman, leaving NV, and the first blank of this game is on Jimo's rack. Fireworks, I promise you, is something you're going to see in this matchup. All right. Okay. Apologies there for the pause. Lipaemia, the first move from Abdulmumin Jimo, showing his incredible word power there. If I add this rack, there is no way I'm going to think through the A floats. We're seeing a challenge, I believe, from Owolabi Lukman. And provided that blank is a P, there is going to be an additional 5 points for Abdulmumin Jimo. Oh wow. I'm seeing it's Lukman's turn to play, and Mumin has taken back his style. So I believe there was a challenge there. So perhaps the blank was not a P, because Lipa Emia is definitely valid. So maybe it was allocated something else. That's pretty interesting. But anyways, it's back to Lukman Owolabi. He has complete information about Mumin's rack, but I'm sure he has a feeling that there's nothing he can do about it. So he definitely can block all the spots on the board, and with the tiles he has, he just needs to play out the best he can do from that. So VPEDTHN and VIPed is something we can see him considering leaving THN. Doesn't give back too much, at least it shuts down the uh, double spot right there on the board. So yeah, VAPD seems pretty standard here. He already knows Mumin would most likely play valid bingo next turn. So why not just take out the spot that scores the highest and also play out try and score points for yourself too. So Vape is coming down, and let's see what Mumin chooses to play on this turn. He still has the exact same tiles, and moves like Remedial is available. Power Ranger Terrible. He's wasting no time and he's playing the correct thing now, I believe. Lipa Emia, as long as the blank is P and no mistakes are made this turn. it's going to be valid. Okay, I was hoping to get confirmation what the blank is and what it was designated as before when the phony was played. But still, let's continue with the game. We're already seeing an interesting turn of events. A phony played and the correct word played, and then it's back to look man. There are so many unpredictability to the game of Scrabble, and I'm curious to see how this game pans out. Maybe Mumin would suffer in quotes for the bingo for the phony that was played, or it's going to pay off eventually. All right, Hilt is the move for Lukman here. All right, in Vital is something he could have considered in the last move, maybe to play out as much tiles as possible as soon as the board turns. Okay, so in Vital would play for over 30 points here, but that leaves the board really open. I'm unsure if it takes the back hook S. I would confirm in a bit. But yeah, that would have been his highest scoring play, but he goes for Hilt instead, which seems pretty standard. And the X is still locking, so there could have been an X bomb here. So Hilt there, and we're seeing pawns PAWNCE played on the stern. I think uh he's trying to leave the board open as well as he can, trying to play out as much tiles as he can, and Pons seems to do just that. Back to Lukman with VUNBRAD. Nobody likes to see the BU combination, but the board is pretty open, and I'm sure you would have a couple of options to play in this next turn. You could play adverb through the E in Lipaemia, but that's just too risky as it's going to expose a spot for an S. Let me see if I can get that on the board. Adverb here plays out the V and the B, which does really well for his rack. The only downside is there's going to be an S spot right here. So it looks way too risky to even consider. With the board being this open, maybe just maybe VOM is what considering VUM here still leaves the board open and leaves BRAND rather. So with the L floating, the E's floating, the T, who knows, it could yield a bingo ball. We're saying Lookman is uninterested with um trying to balance his styles or short score or anything. So he's going for brave. right, we're saying Mumin having some viral trouble and is playing Kogito here. I mean, most of the he has not played a word here that I genuinely know. Liberia seems so obscure to me. PAWNC, I promise you, I'm unsure of. And Kogito, I mean, are we using the same dictionary? I don't understand. All right, apologies. The VOM was trying to show on the board still stayed way too long there. Okay, it's back to Lukman with Funryed. I think it's worth mentioning that Lukman Owolabi is such an exceptional player, not just because of how good he is, but he is the current Vespa chairman, and with the administerial duties, still playing beautiful Scrabble. We saw him do really, really well in the World Championships. I believe he finished eighth in the tournament there. And we see him just few weeks after in Liberia playing the Scrabblemania 3.0, and he's doing so well so far. He's currently topping the standings, so I think it's applaudable how well he's doing as the Westport chairman and also as a Scrabble player. And it's not just his recent um, achievements that are worth mentioning. Right since even the early 2000s, he won the Lagos Open in 1999, the Ghana Open in 2000, even the Kenya Open rather in 2002. And ever since then, we've seen him still stay really relevant in the Scrabble scene. Okay, back to the game now. FUD looking Pons is the move for Lukman here. There was a much better play, but it's really difficult to find. Okay, we are saying a challenge. I mean, how do you know that pawns is valid, but pawns is invalid? Momin playing that move, I'm sure had it in mind that this is not a verb, and as soon as Lukman, thinking pawns, I mean pawns sounds really reasonable. Wasting no time challenging that off. I think it's really impressive how you know uh, players like Mumin can know not just that a word exists, but that he doesn't take this back hook or he doesn't take this front hook. But yeah, if only was played and wasting no time, Mumin is playing Erasure. Let me see if I can point out the move for Lukman here. As soon as the board flips, it's really, really tricky to hook brave to braver. Just 1 second, waiting for the board to flip over. Okay, so Fayre is a top choice here for Lukman, or in the same spot, Faery. 1 second. Ery here. Finally leaves DUN, but scoring 36 points is, still really nice at this point of the game. All right, little score update as at when Eurasian was played. The scores were Gmos 195 to Owolabi's 113. And now with Fundy played for 30 points, that reduces the gap to about 52, I believe. But still, it's Gmos' turn now, and I'm sure he's looking to extend that lead a lot further. All right, he has Foudzan. I'm sure he's glad to see that Z. And with the board as open as this, he has a couple of options. One would be Forza, just playing the ZA right here would score 54 points. All right, but we see he's holding on to that Z a bit longer and is going for FOUD. But if I'm saying correctly, Lukman has, one of the best styles you could possibly ask for when you have the Q. He has Requist, and with that, he could play Querist, Okane Hilts, or Okane Eration. But we see him arranging requests. I'm hoping he's not thinking that's the bingo he has, because the seven letter bingos are requits, Requits, and querists. So he could play either of those two bingos who gain eration, or he could play querists who gain hilts. It would be really devastating rather if he phonies. But I understand the appeal to why is really hell bent on requests, because if you look at this right here, if requests were to be valid, my oh my, this would score well over points easily. But we can see he's taking no chances and is playing quitters instead. I had a feeling that the this move looked a little bit um how should I put this now? He could have played quitters just one tile below, just playing it like this, ITTERS. But then, with the way it is now, quitters in fact takes the front hook S for squitters. So I think it's a race now to who cashes in on that spot, just for anyone to follow. This lane is open right now for a bingo, or just any high scoring play there. So that was an interesting choice from Lukman, deciding to play quitters that way. But yeah, let's go back to the game. Jimo played Forex in that move. If you were following, Forza was an option in that same spot, but I'm sure he's preferring to keep the Z and he's going for Forex. All right, I think things are getting interesting. Would we be seeing a Z bingo from Abdulmumin as he has Riazne blank? But quickly, let's take a look at Lukman's move. KEYLNGS was what he had on that turn, and he went for key, scoring really well. But as I mentioned, the S hook to Squitters is something he could have cashed in on that turn. He had 57 points available for him if he played N Sky. Let me see if I can show you guys. N Sky plays beautifully here for a lot of points. But I'm guessing is unaware of the Squitters hook. One, because he would not have played it that way if he knew for sure. And secondly, I think even just a move like Sky there would have scored really, really well. So maybe that would be a decider as this game commences. Boki scoring 38 points, leaving GLNS, and he has replenished the styles. Now it's back to Jimo with IRAZEN blank. Currently, the scores are tied 269 to 269, and this would be a tough choice for Abdulmumin. But we're seeing he's staying patient. I'm sure he's aware of the Squidder's hook, and he just wants to play the Z out now. RIZ scoring 36 points, leaving AENR. I'm sure he's feeling pretty confident. One thing I like to say is I don't know how these players make their moves so quickly. Left to me, I would have used up 10 minutes thinking I had a bingo on that turn because the L is X is floating. So just so many things happening on the board, but Gmo was able to make the precise move here, playing raise and staying patient. And I believe wing was what Lukman played in that turn. He had WNLGSR, no vowels available for him, so not so much he could do. All right, it's back to Abdulmumin Hoearn blank. As I just said, left to me, I'm going to waste so much time on this move. And I'm sure, Mumin would perhaps take some time, but I'm sure if he spots Hoarsen, Hoarsen, that plays right above Quitters for 97 points. So would we be seeing a miss? Because there are no other bingos available for him. You can see someone's saying in the chat, Hassan can score so heavily. That is in fact true. Or Hassan Hawkins Quitters would score 97 points and really take him deep into the lead here. Okay, it misses that, but still scoring really well. I mean, 51 points, still retaining your blank is a solid choice if you ask me. So perhaps the Squitter's move is something he's unaware of, or he did not see Ohasen because I didn't even see him arrange the tiles on his rack and then try and look for like his spots on the board to play it. So it's still unsure what happened there exactly if it was a miss of Squitters or a miss of Hoasen. So, but let's see how things go. We know now that Lukman has the last two S's in this game, and for a minute I thought he was about to hook Squitters there, maybe play Rosin in that spot, but it seems he's still unaware of that hook and is going for Linn. Now, a quick shout out to Boblin. For those who don't know, that is, he has hugely supported Scrabble over the years, and a lot of international tournaments is always leaving out a huge sum as sponsorship for those tournaments. So a quick shout out there to Boblin. But back to the game, GAMDCA, not the set of tiles that Mumin was hoping for, but I'm sure he's still feeling pretty confident. He has the blank and he has scoring tiles, and in fact, he has a 30-point play available for him on this turn. That would be Gamey hooking Grease. Gamy here does so much for him as it scores 30 points and leaves CAD blank. Right now, there are still a couple of tiles in the bag, and the board seems still open for a bingo. The L just sitting there looking innocent and all, but it's a really good floater in some cases. I'm curious to see what Mommy would do in this turn. I think if he spots Gamey and Greed. Okay, we see CAID as the move. And was that an exchange from? Oh, sorry, Rusa was played by Owolabi Lukman. A very, very nice find there. So I believe CID was played to obstruct the L float, because as much as this board looks really open, that L is the only reasonable floater, if you'd ask me. So CID there just trying to make sure he maintains his lead, and Lukman doesn't beat him to a bingo. I think that has to be the thought process there. But it's still worth noting that there are a couple of O's left on scene, so maybe an LO bingo is still really likely. So as much as yes, the CAID condition star sport with about three O's on scene from his POV, um, LO bingos were still possible, but wasting no time, Rusa was played by Lukman, leaving OS in that turn, scoring 38 points. And now Momina's GAMET blank. Yep. Wow. There is one bingo, just one bingo here through the Z. I'm seeing a couple of people in the chats. Maybe anyone could point out the bingo through that Z, the only one available for Mumin in this turn. And if he spots that bingo, I think is most likely going to have this game in the bag. It's worth noting that if the L was not blocked by Mumin himself, moves like Telegram or meltages would have come down as bingos through that L in this turn, but now is forced to only bingo through the Z. But it's worth noting three tiles are left unseen in the bag, and even if it does miss this bingo, a move like leg playing two tiles, leaving one tile in the bag, and a rack leave of anet blank, he is still in really good position to win this game because right now he is on 372 to Lukman's 359, and leg scores 24 points with a leave of M8CE. That still looks really solid, but I see him playing MENTA. He has not hit his clock yet, but MENTA scores 22 points. It empties the bag, so he has to be really, really sure that he's not giving back a bingo, or like an out bingo rather. So we can see him reconsidering that. I mean, from his perspective, the bag looks a bit worrisome. Beilopstu. Maybe, just maybe, there's a bingo through the X or the Z, but it's a bit unlikely. So Menta totally obstructing the LO hook, which we talked about earlier, seems like a pathway to victory here. It's only if he's trying to bingo himself and take as much gap as he can that, like leg hooking grease there would be worth considering. But I mean, you already have a slight lead, you might as well just take it home from there. So Menta was committed for 22 points, and we see Lukman with OBLEPES. It seems nothing can be done from here on out, as maybe his best move would be something like obese, which looks like it scores well. It does actually, but with GUIT blank rather, for Mumin Gmo, and the score difference, it's a done deal. So his best endgame sequence would in fact be something like mobile. Let me have that on the board for you. MOBLE here, leaving EES. Sorry, EPS. So whether you play mobile or you play obese, with the tiles Gmo has and the score difference, the game is gone. It's Gmo's game. And I mentioned earlier that I'm curious to see how this game goes. On his very first turn, a phony was played by Gmo, a four-timer, which I'm sure will scored over maybe 100 points thereabouts, but a phony was played instead. And you'd think, oh, with such a blunder, then it definitely has to be Lukman's game. But this is Scrabble, anything can happen. We've seen Lukman play very, very well ever since then. The quitter's move was something that he could have been punished for. Mumin had or Hassan to hook the quitters there for about 90 plus points. But unfortunately, that was missed. But even with that miss, it is still Mumin's game. Even when Menta was played, Gazement was a bingo option. I'm unsure if Mumin saw that and still chose to, block the board for any out bingos or anything. But excuse me. So yeah, we saw a couple of misses and a funny from Mumin, but here he is still pipped to win this game. And Lookman played fantastically, although we saw a phony of PAWNCED from him, but still it was a really interesting game to follow so far. For those who don't know much about Abdulmumin, he finished 17th in the last Westpac that happened in Ghana, the World Championships. And he's been an incredible player here in Nigeria and even in Africa. In the last African Scrabble Championship, he finished fourth, and he has won a couple of national tournaments here on home soil. So he is definitely a player to look out for, and let's see how he's going to fare in this tournament in Liberia. All right, we can see Lukman taking his time with the score difference. Maybe he's hoping for a winning sequence, but I can confirm that there isn't much he can do. Mobile is what is coming down, and with GUITE, Mumin has a lot of options for him. He could play Guys Hooking Hona or GIUST, which I have a feeling is what he has arranged on his rack. GIUST hooks right here, scoring really, really well. And even though Lukman would finish in his next turn, it won't matter because the margin is just way too much. So let's see which one Mumin is going for. I'm sure he's just trying to take his time, make sure the PS Lukman has doesn't have a really sneaky spot on this board to maybe play for 50 points or so, because it's still worth mentioning that even now Mumin has moves like Grossly, let me see if I can get that correctly. GUSLI for 35 points. So the S hook to Squitters is something you might be worried about. Okay, we're seeing him go for something else. GU blank Y. Let me see, what could that blank be? Okay, the only valid word would be GULY. So that seems to be something Mumin is considering. So even if he's not playing GIUST, this still wins the game easily. And Lukman has no choice but to finish out with PS. And the final scores is Lukman's 417 to Mumin's 42, and just a 5 point difference. What an interesting matchup it has been. I'm sure when these players find out that they had plays to hook squitters, they would feel um, really maybe disappointed about it that they missed that or something. But there's been an interesting matchup so far, but we have one more round to go for today. And I'm super excited because we just saw the top two seeds play in this incredible game. So make sure you stick around. Don't go anywhere. And we'll be right back. Welcome to the final round for today, round 10 of Scrabblemania 3.0 in Monrovia, Liberia. We have on your screens Lukman Owolabi going against Charles Tachi from Ghana. For those who are just joining us, Charles was the last edition winner of Scrabblemania 2.0. I believe he won about $1,000 last year, and I'm sure he's looking to defend this title and clinch the $2,000 prize for this year. Lookman, the Wespa chairman and current world number 8 in the World Championships in Ghana a few weeks ago. This is going to be an interesting matchup, I promise you. First up, Charles with Forgenes. It looks really bingo friendly, and with a lot of floaters, it would play bingos like foreigns and all that. But right now, there isn't much you can do on this turn. Forge would be um perhaps his best move, but we see him going shorter, just going for FOG instead, leaving NERS. I'm guessing he wants to bingo very quickly on this turn. And if I'm seeing correctly, Ford would perhaps have given Lukman attorney, uh, ATTORNEY. Yeah, but with this move, it keeps things really tight and he's not giving back too much to his opponent. So Lukman with NATTORY. I'm sure he's happy to see the F placed juicily for a Y play beneath there. So a move like TYRO scores 30 points and keeps things really tight. So we can see him. We almost had that arranged now. Okay, maybe also considering Tyrants, but that would not fit there. So Tyro would be his top choice, but he also has other options. You could just keep it short, maybe play TOY around the same spot there. Okay, we can see a circled back to Tyro and the Wespa chairman sharp as ever, not just in his administrative duties, but also in playing Scrabble, playing Tyro as his first move there. But I'm back to Charles with WMMNERS. Not the tiles he was hoping for, especially after the three tile play of Fog. He went into the back WMM. I'm sure he was hoping to bingo very quickly in this next turn. So, what options are there for him right now? I'm not saying a whole lot because Lukman's last play really conditioned the board. But right now, maybe he could still choose to uh, try and scheme for a bingo. Worm is something he might want to do, just WORM here, leaving MERNS, and that way he has this lane open, maybe to come back with worms. But we can see he's uninterested in any of that. He just wants to exchange his tiles and he's leaving ESR. I think that's a pretty standard move there. Anything you play would probably give back too much to your opponent, so why not just exchange tiles and keep things closed? Lookman now it's VATRANS. For anyone that followed the last game, Lookman playing against Mumin from Nigeria, it was such an interesting matchup, and Lookman played so well. And I mean, it's not surprising. He has been a really consistent master players for years, and it's nice to see him here on stream commentating on his games. Honestly, all right, we see him playing Tav as his move here. Not a lot he could do. Just play TAV leaving ANRS, which seems pretty solid. Well, I think Charles would be coming down with a bingo soon. He has ESRRIEN. I reason and Resina are two bingos that he can play. on this turn, and with the move of tab, you can easily that to tab. So we reason and Resina plays right here. And knowing Charles is not going to waste too much time about this move. Okay, we'll say listen, come down for Charles in 71 points. Overlap is 51 to Charles's 85. And Lukman has AANCRYS. Looking at his choices, perhaps Kani seems pretty standard here, scoring 26 points. Let me see if I can draw that out for you. CANNY is a pretty good option here. The downside to it, however, is it's shutting down the board way too much. Kani obviously doesn't take any hook here. So this side of the board is inaccessible right now, and it doesn't even have the E to hook this side for a bingo. So it's going to be really tough how the game would go after making the move of Kani. And that would even obstruct this lane too. So Kani is a move you'd easily make if you were leading or you had a sizable lead and you're they have some synergy, but still it's not promising a bingo. But we see he has weighed those options and is going for Kani regardless. All right, it's touching now with HUEBILW. And with the last move of Kani, since he has the H, he could play Chew as he has set aside HEW, but it also has things like Chop if he really wants to play out that U. So Chop will leave WILE, which is a much better leave than BUIL. So we're going to see him weigh his options, but most definitely any move he makes is going to be down that C in Kani. If there's anyone in the chat joining and you're rooting for Charles, you could just leave a comment, share on the players that you're rooting for in this round or even in this tournament. And if you have any questions about the game or the tournament, I'll be here to answer you. Ever seen someone saying Charles to win? Perhaps we have a what should I call it now? Someone who can see the future saying Charles to win. Let's see. The game is still early on, and we're seeing Chu come down. It's Lukman now with AAUFRES. Not a lot of options here. Certainly not the tiles was hoping for after the move of Kani, leaving ARS or so. All right, so we have AUF coming down for him at that side of the board. Not a lot he could do. ARES here is the best possible leave he could have. So it's back to Charles with BUILEDA. This looks really nice. If there were a straight 7 bingo spot, he would easily play Audible. But right now, there are no spots on the board for that. But still, he could play out as much tiles as he wants. Maybe Audible here is worth considering since the B sits on the triple letter much tiles as possible because there are still two blanks left on scene, three S's, the Z, the X. I mean, at the start of the game, you're looking to play out as much tiles as you can to go into the bag and pick those lovely tiles. But we see him taking his time here. We don't want to make any mistake. We're seeing someone else saying Charles will win. I love the confidence. People are not even saying Charles may win. It's a matter of he will win. So, yeah, let's see how things go. If anyone is rooting for Lukman or Olabi, the Wespa chairman, I mean, leave a shout out in the chats because right now it seems the fans are leading towards Charles. Okay, Ordages is what Lukman has. And interestingly, how even though the AUF was a setup for his AUFS, his best move here would simply be to the W. And as he has played, Rodages scoring really, really well on that turn. He could have played dog ears to hook AUF, but that would have scored 5 points less. So wardages for 92 definitely is the way to go. The only downside is now he has to worry about his opponent maybe beating him to the S hook to AUF eventually, but it's still game on from here. The current scores are Touches 153 to Olabi's 186. We could see after the move of Audible playing out 6 tiles. Unfortunately, is Charles is in a bit of vowel trouble here with two E's and two O's, I and NT. Not a lot of inspiring moves here, but if he wanted to go off his last play, playing audible, just dumping out as much tiles as possible, he could play Tanioid right here to the D in audible. Fine, this doesn't score much and it leaves just the E. But once again, it's still that same idea of playing out as much tiles as possible, going into the bag and seeing if you could pick a lot better tiles. So I'm curious to see if this is something he's going to do, play Tanioid and just play as much tiles as possible. But I guess he's chosen not to. F there at the bottom right corner of the board is what is going for. Oh, I'm sorry, I think I might have misspoke. Yeah, Tenyoid would have left an O, not an E. But regardless, OO is what came down, leaving EEINT. All right, Lookman with the first blank in this game. As soon as the bingo of wardages was played, we see him going to the bag and drawing out a blank, WRAIBT blank, and looking at the board, not there are no bingos available, so he's looking to just balance the styles, play out the W definitely because you don't want to be keeping that for too long. A move like wheat seems pretty standard. WIT at this bottom left corner of the board, leaving BAR seems pretty good. But we're seeing him set aside BAW. Maybe he's looking to play BAWR. I don't know if there are particularly any merits to this move or He's looking to play it here most likely. Yeah, I think this seems pretty standard too. And that way you have this right hand side of the board open even if you don't have an E. So that looks like a move. Weeds, BAW, anyone he goes for, I'm sure he's trying to scheme as best as he can to bingo next turn. He was saying taking his time with this turn, really thinking deeply about the BAW or WIT decision. A quick look at the standings as at round 8. We had Owolabi Lukman still leading the standings with 7 wins and 1 loss. Next in line is Jimo Abdul Mumin, still 7 win, 1 loss. But since we witnessed round 9 where Mumin won the game against Owolabi, so it's very likely, sorry, it's very sure in fact that Mumin is topping the standings right now. All right, BAWD was played and it's back to Charles to decide what to play on this turn. With EONTIE, I believe, TIEN, not so much you could have done on this turn. Eon is what is opting for 16. You're leaving this spot open. All right, we're seeing Lukman wasting no time playing inertial. I believe the blank would be an E. Just taking a second to get things correctly here. I think this move must have taken a lot of. You can all see opens up this left hand side of the board, and as we've seen Tachi wasting no time cashing in on that spot, Vintage scores way too well with that opening. Lukman had options like Lintia that would have played here or here. But the downside is it leaves a triple triple open, either of those moves. So this is risky here, but I think the risk is a lot better than a triple triple. So I guess that must have been a strain of thoughts going for inertia. But either ways, let's tally the scores in a bit. Vintage played by Charles for 97 points, and that would take Charles to 284 to Owolabi's 263. I think his countrymen in the chat written for him seems to be paying off here because it seemed slightly bleak after the move of Inertia, but Vintage came in clutch just in time and now is back in the lead. Okay, Ron coming down for Lukman there, HONEKQE was what he had. And looking at Charles's tiles, they look really nice. If you ask me, Taxcist. Okay, we have the standings ready. At the end of the game, we'll come back to that and give a full-on analysis on that. So Taxcist is what Charles has. As promising as the rack is, unfortunately, with the way the board is, not so many scoring options right now. But I mean, it could still squeeze out over 20 points. Maybe something like Toxic um, right here is worth considering. And that leaves AST, which with the floating E and the other floaters on the board, it looks pretty promising. Or we can see Charles is taking his time. I see him arrange XACT. We want to play exact through the A in run, but that doesn't score anything inspiring. So I have a feeling he's going to change his mind from that. Okay, he's keeping things closed and simple. Knicks seems to be the move for him, scoring 26 points. So with CATTS left, I'm sure he's feeling pretty confident about how the board is shaped because there is still this lane open, a bunch of floaters here, and this E is still open for a bingo. So it's a pretty open board here, and let's see how things go. Lookman with really, really nice tiles. He has the Q, the Z, and the K. Um, but it doesn't just have that, it has the U and the I, which goes really, really well with the Q. So this looks like a really juicy rack, if you ask me. Right now, I think you would have to, play the long game. You would want to play quiz somewhere on the board, hoping to score a lot of points with that. But right now, I think a move like LOKE, scoring 34 points, leaving QUIZ, is something worth considering. Let me get that on the board for you. LOKE, yeah. I think that's exactly what we're saying arranging. So, yeah, this scoring 34 points, retaining the Q and the Z seems really, really nice for him here. So, any reckless opening by Charles definitely going to be met with high scoring plays from Lukman. And we're with a bingo, wasting no time playing through the E in Rome. Okay, just confirming what the blank is, and that would be an O, acetate or acetate. Really nice find from Charles there. He had moves like triacts playing here for 2 points extra, just right next to GI here. But this was still a lovely find regardless. The only drawbacks are the floaters you're leaving, especially this S, which looks really, really juicy for a bingo on that lane. But still, Ocitates was a really nice find from Charles the Ghanaian. All right. I believe this should be a bingo for Lookman. Is Mezique not valid? Ooh, for a moment I thought Abi? Oh, for a moment I thought that word was valid. But yeah, he still has a very tempting option here, which we can see as arranged. Queme plays right after, um, right next to the move Charles just made. So I think that was one drawback to playing Ocitate instead of Triacts. So Queens here scores 74 points. And the best part about it is it still leaves the Z. And if you look carefully at the board, there is a lane here for a Z bomb. And with things like TIZ, if Lukman picks the T next turn, that's easily going to score over 60 points. So even with the bingo, I think Charles still has a lot to worry about here. But we can see Lukman is not rushing, he's not um, quickly diving into the move. He just wants to take his time and make sure he's not missing anything. I'm sure he's tracking the tiles, looking to see if there are even any T's left to be picked. But unfortunately, there isn't. So after the move of Queens, a move like TIZ and that spot would not be possible. But still, Z just has this way of scoring regardless in most boards. And even just plunking out the Z there is a 31 score already. So I'm sure he's feeling pretty confident next turn. On this turn, however, he could just go for MIZ. And I personally would not be able to choose which is better. Because if you think about it, MIZ here scores 71 points, which is just 3 points less than Queens. But he leaves QUEE. So he just leaves QUEE. Fine, you may not come back to meet the Queens, but at least one thing you're sure of is playing Queens first. You're definitely not going to come back to play anything on this lane. So I would not, I can't say for sure which one was better, but Queens for 74 points, leaving IZ is still really, really good here. Score updates, Olabi is on 407 to Charles's 390. All right, we see Charles with DMIRPED, and it would be really difficult for him to even score close to 30 on this turn. Wow, we are seeing Lukman with most of the heavy scoring tiles, the Q, the Z, the J now, and he had the K in the previous or the last two turns. So we'll still come back to that. Let's look at uh, Charles here having a bit of trouble. I'm sure he would have loved to play something beneath here, but with the set of tiles he has, there are not a lot of options there that scores really well and still like leaves the best leaves. I see someone in the chat saying Queens definitely is the play since it sets up the Z twice. Yeah, you rightfully say, you rightfully make a point there because the Queens leaves this spot open now for maybe a ZE score here. So yeah, that's worth considering. But I don't think it's such a easy play to make and say for sure that Queens has to be the move. If you run it through perhaps an analysis, yeah, I think MIZ is also worth considering. I'm not saying it's the move per se, but still both seem really, really close. We see you, Nathaniel Adinka, Biggie in the chat, joining from Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining us. For anybody who is just tuning in, this is the last game for today. We still have 20 more games to be played across the weekend, and so far we've seen beautiful play from players all over Africa and the world, as we see Lukman Owolabi here representing Ireland and Charles Tachi representing Ghana. We also have players from Sierra Leone, Liberia itself, of course, and Nigeria competing in this field for the cash prize of $2,000 for the winner. Right now, I believe Abdulmumin Jimo from Nigeria is topping the standings. But as soon as this game ends and we have all the results ready, we'll be able to see the final standings for today. But so far, so good. Lukman here, the West Pachian, has been doing fantastically well, not just on stream, but even in his games, as he has only dropped 2 games today. And is looking to make sure this is his 8th win for day one. But Charles here, the um, defending champion, I must say, because he won Scrabblemania 2.0 last year. I'm sure he's looking to also prove himself. And quickly on his move now, he's playing DIP, just trying to gather as much points as he can. I'm sure he's also aware of the Z boards. As someone said, there are 2 spots open on the board. You can't block them all. You might as well just go for your highest move. So that move would take Charles to 417, while Owolabi is on 407. Just a 10 point difference. I've been seeing him wasting no time playing G's, and I'm sure Charles must be thinking to himself, "Oh, geez, why this move?" But I mean, it's Scrabble. Uh, the tiles came just in time for Lukman there. Even if he didn't pick the J, ZE in that spot would have still been pretty devastating, scoring nearly 50 points. So JEEZ is coming down. Lukman has not hit his clock yet, is still dotting his I's and crossing his T's, making sure he's not making any mistake. And the I'm sure what he's most worried about is the fact that this spot is open for a straight 7 bingo. And even though he's scoring really well, an out bingo from Charles would be pretty devastating. But let's do a quick analysis of the scores. He had JEZSLIP. G scored 56 points, taking his lead to about a 50-point difference. And oh, that move emptied the bag. Okay, in fact, when that move was made, the bag was already empty. So Lukman must have known that Charles has AMOURED, which does not play any bingo. So he made that move 100% sure that he has this game in the bag, because G scores way too well, and regardless of what Charles does, he would not be winning this game. Wow, what an interesting turn of events that was. Um, Charles must feel really, really down about that last move, scoring 56. I know with this tiles he has, I'm sure he still looks really bingo friendly. It looks like there could be an 8 or something. The T is floating, the V, the R is floating, but unfortunately they are not in the right spot. And we can see Lukman was 100% sure that he's not giving Charles a chance to play a bingo to win this game. So G's was in fact the best move there, rightfully spotted by Lukman Owolabi, because it was the tiles were out already and there wasn't anything Charles, or there isn't anything Charles can do any longer. He can't fish for tiles. These are the last set of tiles he has to finish this game. All right, we see him taking his time, but to end the game, roamed would be the longest or some of the longest words he can play right here in this corner, ROAMED, because PLIS is most likely going to finish next turn for Lukman. Oh, and even the best part is with the PILS, Slipe here finishes for quite a number of points, and right now there is nothing really reasonable that Charles can do about that. So it's a gun game for Charles. He fought really, really well in this game. The move of Vintage and Ositate seemed really scary when they were coming down on the board because they scored really well. But taking a look back at the game, the reason was the first bingo from Charles scoring 71, but Wardages came later on for Owolabi scoring 92 points, and it was still neck to neck. Then Owolabi played inertial, but Charles wasn't going to be left behind, playing vintage right after for 97 points. Then we saw some jabs and Ositate was played. But I think that must have been the turning point because if Tri-Act was played, there would not have been the option for Queens to be played for 74. I don't think that is valid. Would we be seeing a challenge from Lukman here? Okay, he's saying he has nothing to lose even if he challenges and it's valid. The 10 points extra would not matter. So we see ROUNED challenged off the board, and now Lukman can easily finish the game. And if he doesn't spot that, Leap still finishes right here and ends the game. There's Leaps here or the Slipe here, but of course Lukman is going to spot the best option. And for a moment there, I thought it was going for Slipe, but maybe it doesn't want to, give play a phony. And I mean, at this point, he might as well just play what you're 100% sure of. This is a game he knows is definitely going to win. And playing leaps here is very standard. Just end the game peacefully, and it's a done. Round 9 or 10. Just give me 1 second. Okay, the standings as at round 9, Abdulmumin Jimo was leading. He he was on 8 wins and 1 loss, so he was leading. The top is Owolabi Lukman with 7 wins, 2 losses, and then Robert Alvin in third with 7 wins and 2 losses. The rest of the pool, we have people on 6 wins and then on and so forth. But it's been really interesting so far to see how the pool is turning out to be. Mumin from Nigeria taking the lead right now, and I believe Roberts has finished this game, so he's currently on 8 wins and 2 losses. All right, all right, all right. It's been an amazing time here in the commentary. So much for people in the chat who kept us engaged, and my co-commentators throughout the day. I had Opeoluwa Omotayo earlier on, and Passfine Chinkere also joining me here in the booth. Make sure you stay tuned because tomorrow promises to be just as interesting. 11 games to go tomorrow. Make sure you stay tuned to this channel and I don't know, pick up your tell your friends, tell your families, tell them to stay tuned to this channel because there's a lot more Scrabble action coming your way.